Okay, we are set.
All right, so it's Wednesday evening at 6:34. Tappan Zee, or I should say South Orangetown School District Board meeting. Call it to order. Can we have a roll call?
Tom's here.
I see Kara, and Miss Lee, and Mr. La Madrid is running a little late and will join us when he can. Can I have a motion to go to executive session for the discussion of collective bargaining purposes?
And also pertaining to employment history of a particular individual or individuals or a corporation.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so let me stop recording. Okay. Go.
All right, can I get a motion to reconvene the public meeting at 8:25 PM?
Motion.
Second.
Both. Welcome and good evening, everyone. If I can ask you all to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And welcome, everyone. Exciting evening after an eventful day yesterday of counting ballots. We sharing the results of our votes this evening and the passing of our budget. But first item up before we get into the budget is go over. Any board announcements?
Hey, Dan, I don't know when the appropriate time is, but the board received probably between 8 and 10 emails regarding graduation, and I just thought it might be worth bringing up, and maybe Dr. Pritchett could speak to it, the pros and cons. I know we're not going to make everybody happy, but based upon the fact that a decent number of parents are unhappy, it might be worth hearing Dr. Pritchett give a brief description.
For sure, Tom. And with that, I was planning on actually including that in Dr. Pritchett's superintendent reports. I'll just hand it off to him.
Great. Yeah, I was actually going to ask you the very same question. I wasn't sure where to put that, but I think it's timely and important enough for us to have that conversation. So I do appreciate the opportunity to do that. But also there's another, well, and again, I can wait till the superintendent's report. I don't want to certainly preempt any of the Board of Education members. But when we do set agendas, things do come up. And as Tom aptly mentioned, this issue is coming up because graduation is upon us, something that we hadn't necessarily considered when we were setting the agenda as a superintendent's topic. So yeah, I think that's an important topic for conversation. There's also a Zoom bomb there.
No, it's so that the board's aware, because we have our public capital update this evening. We have our project team joining us.
Oh, I apologize.
This is Dennis.
Dennis, I just thought you were Zoom bombing. Hold on a second. And then the other topic that, sort of in line with that idea that something is happening in the world, whether it's graduation on our local level or the issues that I know that, the Board of Education has brought up concerning the topic of, the protests that have been going on. And I'd also like to add that either to the superintendent's report or to new business because it's something that came up. And I think it's something that the board has at least expressed to me that's something that they want to have an open conversation about. So I would ask that it doesn't have to be a lengthy discussion, but it's also something that's very timely. It came up after agenda setting, and I would respectfully ask that we can have that conversation in addition to the graduation discussion under superintendent's report. So Dan gave me the okay, and with that, I will apologize for having butted in there, Mr. LaMadrid, but we're not up to me yet. So I'll turn it back over to you, sir.
I didn't have any announcements. I don't know if anybody else did, but I think in light of the importance of the topics, I'll give it back to you for your superintendent report.
Thanks, Mr. LaMadrid. So as I just mentioned, I did want to add those two topics to superintendent's report again because they are highly visible and they do impact on the Board of Education. But before I get into some of these topics, and I'm anxious to do so, but I do want to be respectful of our guests here tonight. Mr. York and Ms. Tarcio, who will be delivering the capital project update.
So with Mr. York and Ms. Tarcio, if you could go ahead and unmute your mics and we'll turn the update over to you. Just so both of you are aware, and we did email the materials, the Palumbo presentation update, as well as under memorandum of update, as well as the district's phase 2C
Okay. Let me go on.
Yep.
Good evening, everybody. Dennis York, excuse me, with the Palumbo Group, and this is our June update to the Board of Education. They're provided by the Palumbo Group and CPL. On to the next page, right? Project Phase 2C, the executive summary, the photos, we'll do budget summary and safety, of course. All right.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, thank you, Lauren. Okay, next one, please. The acronyms used in the report, right? CLE is Cottage Lane Elementary School. TZHS, of course, Tappan Zee High School. Tappan Zee Elementary School, we're not working at. SOMS is South Orangetown Middle School. CPL is Clark Patterson Lee. And TPG is the Palumbo Group. Next, please, Lauren. We did this one a little bit different than last year. I broke it out. We're getting to the report actually by contractor. But starting out, the general contractor, Grace Contracting and Development at Cottage Lane Elementary School. Grace has completed selected demolition in the bathrooms and the main office areas. At the middle school, Grace has started selected demolition in the bathrooms. They've set up decontamination units in the library and started the abatement on the 3rd floor. Little update on that. The abatement in the library is completed. They will be working on the abatement in the art rooms and the lower bathrooms from this week and next week. Tappan Zee High School contracting has completed the abatement in the bathrooms, and we're doing the selective demolition in the bathrooms also. Next. HVAC contractors, Lombardo Plumbing and Heating. Cottage Lane, Lombardo's removed the convectors and associated piping in the bathrooms and ductwork in the main office areas. They removed the old roof units and laid out for the new curbs. The new ventilators and exhaust fans are in the cafeteria, have been removed. The new units are on site. Most of the units for this project are on site. At the middle school at SOMS, Lombardo's removed the unit ventilators in rooms 181, 183, and the exhaust fans in 181. Convectors in the bathrooms, and they laid out the roof curbs also. Tappan Zee High School, Lombardo's finished the gymnasium ductwork and steam coil demolition. They laid out for the curbs on the new rooftop units. They installed the new ductwork in the gym and in the mechanical rooms and started painting the gymnasium ductwork. So they're in very good shape there. Electrical contractors, HVS Electrical, Cottage Lane, they've disconnected all mechanical units being removed and removed the old lighting from the main offices and bathrooms. And of course, they ran temporary work lights in the work areas. At the middle school, they performed the disconnects again on mechanical equipment, removed the old lighting power, and they've started installing the new conduit run to the 3rd floor, which feeds that new media center in the library area. At the high school, HVS is disconnecting mechanical units being removed and removed the old lighting in the bathrooms, and of course, ran temporary lights in the work areas also. The plumbing contractors, Integrity Mechanical. Integrity has completed the demolition, this is in Cottage Lane, the demolition of both bathrooms. They've completed the rough-ins for supplying waste in both bathroom chases also. At the middle school, they've completed the demolition of the bathrooms. And at the high school, Integrity has completed the demolition in the bathrooms and started the rough-ins for supply and waste. Okay, next. Our direct vendors, Nickerson, who's doing the casework, has produced drawings and submittals. And there has been a couple changes, which I think we have worked out with the actual casework in the art rooms. And Dan Clayton, who's doing the bleachers, has produced drawings and started the manufacturing process. Dan Clayton is scheduled to start on July 27th with their install. Excuse me. Under the schedule, the original schedule had a start date of June 29th, 2020. And the overall milestone schedule was based on that start date. Once we notified school would not be resuming, the scheduled start was moved up to May 18th, 2020. giving them about 6 additional weeks of work time. This will allow for any inefficiencies due to governmental COVID policies that are now required to be followed by all prime contractors. All trades are mobilized and currently working according to the schedule. Next, we have some photographs here. There's not a lot of really great things going on. We see some demolition going on. It's hard to take pictures of mechanicals and for the average person, to know what they are. This is selective demolition going on at Cottage Lane. What you see there is a high efficiency particulate exhaust fan, right? Sucks the dust out, blows it out. We're taking the tile down to the substrate and get ready for the new putbacks. Next. And of course, at Soames, there's a pre-abatement setup. This was taken before the actual abatement starts. They do all the pre-work, setting up their decons and exhaust fans, and they have their barricade areas. So it has to be done before the work gets done. Next. And the ductwork, again, this is kind of hard to see, but there is all new ductwork throughout the gym. It's in, the only thing that has to be put in the gym's gymnasium now is the actual new air handle units, and they come in, I'm being told, either late this week or early next week, so we should be moving pretty quickly on that. And again, another shot of some ductwork going in. Safety first, excuse me. The COVID-19 policies, we have copies, and I believe that the board has copies of all the contractors' COVID business plans. The contractors and their workforce follow these policies very, very well. I have to say I'm very pleased with who we have on this project. The people have been very professional and very accommodating. Students and safety, staff safety is first priority. We go over this every meeting. We try to make sure that everything, we have no issues. The best way to not have an issue is to avoid it before it happens. Construction workers and students, the staff are separated. We have some temporary walls going up in certain areas, which will be up. I know the staff comes back at the middle school next week, so we'll have our hard barriers up, and again, we'll maintain that separation. All contractors are required to wear ID badges and are all Raptor verified. That's done the first day they come on the job. The construction manager has full-time supervision during construction. I'm there most every day. If I'm not there, Dawn is, for some reason I'm not there, Dawn is covering. We always have somebody on the job. And we reinforce that all communications are through the construction manager. And it's been very good. So far, we got a great team here, and I think we'll have a good, successful summer. Any questions? Anybody?
Appreciate the update. And I know other materials been provided to the board, but just to confirm, we are on track with where we stand on budget.
Lauren?
Yep, that's actually Lauren's, yep.
Yep.
Lauren?
Hey, Lauren, are you there?
Unmute yourself.
Lauren seems to be on.
Yeah, she's not. I'm trying to see if my connection, maybe.
Can't wait till.
Anybody else? I'm just gonna mute who's ever.
We're gonna mute you for a second, Dennis.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see. Anybody? Hi, Lauren.
Lauren, you're coming in muddled. I think it's your end too. Are you talking on a cell phone?
Yeah. There, I can walk through it if we want.
So,
Oh, wait, she is. Oh, she's not muted. We not here. Yeah. I love. Okay. Let's see. I'm just seeing if she can come. Oh, I'm gonna have her call in
call it to
the bridge.
the bridge.
So do we have any, so while Lauren's coming back in, do we have any questions regarding patient by?
I have a question, with regard to the overall project. I don't know whether it's a question for Dennis or for Lauren. But, like Dennis pointed out, the original start date was June 29th. They actually started May 18th, and then Dennis indicated that, we've allowed time for inefficiencies due to COVID-19. But I was under the impression that the reason why we wanted to give them early access was because we wanted them to finish early so that the district had more time, not knowing what the district would have to do in, August to prepare the buildings. So are we allowing the contracts till the end of August, or are we pushing them to finish the 6 weeks earlier that we gave them the start?
Dennis, did you want to take that, or do you want me to take that?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a good point. The part of the thing that what we're seeing is even though the contractors also have to maintain their COVID protocols, which means that they're not going to have the manpower that they, the size of the crew may be smaller. They may be doing things differently than they're normally doing. So there's that what if thing that we don't really know about. We are pushing the contractors as fast as we can. In all honesty, do we have to can we hold them to a 6 weeks earlier start? I don't know. But we are trying, we're doing the best that we can.
Well, I think that's an important discussion to have with legal as to where we stand on the contract in terms of the completion date. Because, I know I pushed very hard, at the May meeting to get the contractors in as soon as possible to allow the district time at the end of the summer to prepare the buildings. But if we're giving the time to the contractors, then the effort that the district made to get the contractors in was to the benefit of the contractors, and the purpose for the district to do what they needed to do to get the contractors in as soon as possible was intended to benefit the district. So I think we should revisit that. We should revisit that sooner than later, because we don't want the contractors pacing the job to finish the end of August, if that's not our intention.
I understood, but I don't see, and I don't see where a contractor would want to drag a job out for any longer than they have to. Of course, they get paid by the work done, and the faster they're done, the faster they get paid, and they understand that.
They've got other work, summer.
Well, but it's a balance of resources that if they've got more time at South Orangetown and they're tight at another another location, they'll pull their resources from here, because they have more time here. So, it's something we need to watch, and we need to make a definitive decision as to what is the completion date that we're targeting.
And even some of our equipment that was scheduled, because again, the contracts were awarded back in February, and some of the equipment that was actually ordered isn't going to come in until the end of July, because that's when it was ordered. It was ordered back in February, the lead time is 16 weeks on it. We can't force a contractor to accelerate getting something here that he can't get. If we have HVAC equipment that's not due till, I think some of it's actually due the last week in July. There's so much we can do. We can get everything else done, but if the HVAC equipment's not here, we can't install it, and that goes back to manufacturing, goes back to supply.
Oh, I understand that, and I understand that there could be some components, but my perspective is it wasn't a carte blanche to give the additional 6 weeks to the contractors, that the district is looking for some time in August to prepare the buildings.
Okay.
We are exactly that. To push the schedule as much as possible. I mean, we're aware of the COVID restrictions that may have caused delays, but Mr. Jacobs, that is our focus, is to push them, and we'll continue to push them, just like we have with the other phases. We do need the buildings turned over. Everyone knows that, given the climate, we're still unsure of what September will look like. So we will keep on top of that, and we are have been in contact and have been using our construction attorney on all these contracts and scheduling and COVID related questions and issues that have come up. So we will continue to keep the board updated, but we will push the contractors along in schedule. I think everyone realizes the more time that we can have back in the district with the amount of construction work that's happening right now and needs to be completed. We need to have time to have these buildings ready to go for September. So we will continue to push that. And along with myself and Jack and Dennis, we're every day, multiples of us are viewing the work, going around, like Dennis said. They see our faces, multiples of us every day looking at the work going in each of these buildings. And I have to say, I'm very impressed by the way the project meetings are being run because of Dennis. Dennis is tough. His counterpart, Dawn, is certainly tough on contractors with expectations and schedules and paperwork. So we will keep the board updated as we move along with this. And we are having difficulties in being able to get Lauren on here. So I do want to turn on the chat just so everybody can see that and have Lauren respond. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly go through back to Mr. LaMadrid's original question. The second piece of information that Lauren does have on the screen is the typical memo as part of the capital update that we've used throughout the course of the other phases. And you'll see Lauren continues to keep phase 2 in terms of A, B, and C listed as part of her memo, with 2A was our Cottage Lane Library, which is complete. You'll see our phase 2B, all of that work in terms of the high school turf field. We also had some transformer replacements, Schaefer, Cafetorium, and gym egress doors, and some toilet rooms, and some cooling done here at SOMS are all complete. We are actually closing out this project or in the process of doing the final cost project reports for these two phases of the overall phase 2 currently. With phase 2C, our current phase, as Lauren notes here, we had submitted phase 2C to the State Education Department for review in November of 2018. We did receive approval May 21st of 2019. And as Dennis just mentioned, we let bids and awarded contracts at our February 27th meeting. And Dennis kind of went over the scope of the work a few minutes ago. As you can see, there's a lot of work happening at Cottage Lane as well as the middle school, and completing some of the work at the high school on the multi-purpose field with the bleacher replacement and the press box, as well as the gym ventilation and some of the bathrooms at the high school. And for purposes of the public, the SOMS middle school library renovation, art room renovation, and some exterior wall moisture remediation is occurring here at SOMS, along with a number of bathrooms. And at Cottage Lane, the HVAC work is occurring in the cafeteria. We have some of the HVAC work above the administrative offices at Cottage Lane and some of the bathrooms there at Cottage Lane. So we have been, as you saw by Dennis's presentation, in the mix of demo and abatement and starting of work since May 18th. The original anticipated completion date of the scopes of work was August 30th. With the exception of SOMS Library, was originally slated to be done at the end of October. And again, we will keep pushing the schedule forward as much as possible, and we'll continue to give the board frequent and timely updates as we move along in this process. The second part of the memo really speaks to the phase 2C budget. Overall, for phase 2, there was approximately $11.5 million available for this phase. Incidental budget was just about $2.1 million. Thank you, Lauren. And the construction budget sat just a little bit over $9.4 million. And you'll see by the memorandum with phase 2A and 2B being complete, Coming into phase 2C, knowing what now our prime contracts are valued at and listed here in terms of the general construction, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, and our direct source contracts for the press box and bleachers, and some of the SOMS casework occurring in the library. That gave a total budget there of the 8.5, which leaves a balance left after all phase 2A, 2B, and 2C are considered, about 900,000. So far we are early on in phase 2C. So we'll continue to monitor the budget as we move along. We get a little bit deeper into it. But so far, the budget is definitely in good shape in terms of where we are at now that we know that 2A and 2B are closing, and we know what our contract values are for 2C. Let's see, I'm just making sure. And Lauren, please comment on chat, and I'll be happy to share any comments there. The last piece that was shared with the board was the typical contract status summary, which really, as you'll see, it really lists the contracts for the 4 primes with who the contractors are. And it really tracks the value of the contract and if allowances are utilized and if there are any proposals for change orders. So it kind of gives you that status report through each one of the contracts. Again, as you can see, based on the summary that's up on the screen, we're really just at the beginning of this project. And I think there's some small proposals that CPL is reviewing, but we have not, it hasn't progressed to the level of where we've sat down as a team and reviewed those at this point. So not too many changes at this point in time in terms of contract status with the use of change orders or allowances. And after we've had a chance to review some of these smaller ones, if they are looking like it's recommended approval, we will bring those forward to the board. So in terms of schedule, budget, so far so good. We have really good momentum going right now. And I'm knocking on wood. Construction projects can be kind of tricky at times. There's all kinds of things that can pop up, but we've been moving along at a nice pace. And so far, I do agree with Dennis. I think we have a really nice set of contractors on this phase. I really think that our bidding window and the contractors that have responded and these awarded ones made for a good start to construction this past May. Experience fabrication delivery issues. So Dennis, if you can answer, have we seen any of the contractors experience any type of fabrication or delivery issues really related to the whole COVID fire?
Not at this point, Alicia. We haven't had any issues yet. Again, some of the things that were ordered previously, after the contracts were first let out, their delivery dates are still set out. Some of the stuff has long lead times, some of them up to 16, 17 weeks. And that's the only stuff we're really waiting on. The other stuff, we're in a pretty good flow now. As soon as the abatement is finished, the rest of the demolition can take place. And then once the demolition is done, we're starting to put back. We'll actually start putbacks probably in the next week or so, like Cottage Lane. Start putting back tile. Like I said, the plumbing's roughed in. We'll start putting tile in place. We are pushing as fast as we possibly can at this point. But I've ran into no delivery problems as far as anything yet. So no.
And so with that, we'll open it up to any additional questions the board will have.
Dennis, this is Tom Henry. Is there any part of 2C that is causing you the greatest concern over the other pieces?
Like I said, Tom, I'm very comfortable with the contractors we have. I think we have a good team. I don't really foresee any major problems. We did the schedule originally, we extended the library at the middle school simply because of the scope of work that's going on in there. You're getting it's going to be a beautiful thing when it's done, but it involves new terrazzo. You have glass walls going up in there, so there's a lot of work in that.
Okay.
We don't see any problems. I think we're going to have a nice project here, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question about Friday, June 26th, which is the date we have scheduled for the graduation. Is there construction planned at Tappan Zee High School during that day?
I found out about the actual date today. I know I've been bandied back and forth, but I spoke with Jack Rollo and he was saying that he pretty much said on the 26th. We will do whatever we have to do. If I asked him, I'd like to have some logistics on it. Like if you're going to be in the south parking lot or you want the main parking lot in the back of the gym, wherever you want us to go, we will go. But we will be working inside of the gym, not outside at all. If you want my guys to park in a special area, the guys would gladly, when I say the guys, the workers would gladly do that. They'll do whatever we ask them to do. So when we get closer to that time, we can get with Rudy and Jack and just, we'll get together and we'll come up with a plan and we'll make sure there's no interruption with your graduation.
And Dennis, just to share too, the schedule for beginning with the bleachers and the press box begins that Monday, June 29th, I believe, was that that's start date for that too. The stadium, the press box and bleachers was that Monday the 29th.
Yes, Alicia, the demolition is scheduled for the 29th. The bleachers come down. We have some site work to be done beforehand, before the new bleachers are installed. So it's all scheduled, and the bleacher people are chomping at the bit to get here and to start that work also. But again, the actual installs, they will start on July 27th. So because that's when it fell into the manufacturing time frame. There's a long lead time on bleachers.
Okay.
I just want to add a point of information. Because of my proximity to the middle school and walking like everybody else has been doing with the weather we have, I know that at the middle school, when the abatement work was being done for the library, you had the container box out front with the ventilation and containment, ductwork out. And the parking lot was cordoned off with yellow caution tape. And I don't know if that was meant to keep only cars out or whether it was also meant to keep people out. But, what I had noticed, again, people were out about walking, they were walking along the sidewalk, past those, construction items. And although that work is now done and behind us, I know there's, other abatement work that's going on or will be taking place in the very near future. And again, just with the thought with the nice weather where people are out and about looking to get out, we may want to just look to better cordon off the asbestos work to ensure, people aren't walking right by it, in the future.
Absolutely.
Again, it's a point of information, point of notation, that's all.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll like I said, the contractors we have are very good, and we'll get them to put something up, either extra caution tape or whatever we have to do to make sure that we address that.
Any other questions?
Yep.
Great. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Dr. Pritchett?
Thanks.
Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you both to Dennis and Lauren. Hopefully next time we'll get the technical issues worked out. Again, I appreciate the board's flexibility, allowing me to add a couple of topics to the superintendent's report here. The first scheduled topic that I wanted to review with the Board of Education is the school reopening task force. We actually we've been having conversations at the county level as well as internally with our administrators. But today we actually had our first meeting with the South Orangetown folks. We had representation from parents as well as our faculty and administration. And this is sort of a core group of folks that will ultimately help in a decision-making process in order to, select the most appropriate course of action as we go back into school. We haven't gotten a ton of guidance from the state of New York, so we're having to figure out a number of different things, and whatever scenarios we might be faced with. But in short, and this is what I told the group today, which was this: we're essentially looking at 3 scenarios. I think Lonnie was bounced out. Oh, Lonnie's back.
Yeah, Lonnie's back.
So just to simplify this, and to go on record, as we have these conversations, because we really do need to keep the community informed as well. There are essentially 3 scenarios, and again, this is just my own thinking on this, and I think you would probably agree. On one end of this spectrum, we're seeing an opening where no students return in the fall. That the executive order prohibits any students from returning. Now, I think that's probably an unlikely scenario based on what we're seeing, the progress moving forward. The other end of that spectrum would be all students returning in the fall. So consider those 2 scenarios that we would want to plan for: no students returning, all students returning. Okay, but the Goldilocks metaphor here being that solution that's probably somewhere in between, that's maybe just right considering where we're at, would be some sort of hybrid solution. And I'm just going to call that a generic hybrid solution that incorporates some creative scheduling, where we may see some students on a daily basis and other students may be involved in some sort of distance learning programming. So where we can't accommodate based on the fact that we have restrictions as they relate to keeping social distancing and any sort of public health recommendations or governor's orders to that effect. So the 3 scenarios: everyone returns, nobody returns, or some hybrid where we see a combination of brick and mortar and distance learning. The other thing that I made clear to the staff that the staff will be returning in the fall. That this will not be a scenario where we are working from home. Now, that's based on an assumption at this point, knowing that we are probably going to head into a phase 4, and we'll know that on July 7th. So I let the folks know that if there was anyone who was struggling under the conditions of having to work from home, I put myself in that category. Working from home is a challenge, and has certainly been a challenge for me. And I can imagine it must be for a lot of people for a lot of reasons. One, from the standpoint of communication, is much more difficult. I'll be happy if I don't have to spend as much time on Zoom going forward. And also emailing and sort of this some of the communications issues that we've encountered in terms of schooling for students, and sort of that and sort of the myriad of concerns that both our instructors and our families have let us know about. So in light of that, knowing that we are probably moving in a direction where we are seeing fewer new cases, there would be no reason for all staff not to come back. And I don't think anybody would disagree, unless, of course, we were to receive some sort of, again, executive order where we were looking at an Arizona or Texas or Florida scenario where they're seeing, these new cases exploding because they were, anxious to reopen, whereas we are not, because we're not experiencing that phenomenon. So if things continue as they are progressing, if you're able to, certainly sit at a cafe and have a meal, you would certainly be able to come back to work, particularly if you were separated into, if we were to put some accommodations into place to make it safe for folks to work. So that's for the staff. As far as the students are concerned, there's where the uncertainties are, and that's where generating those scenarios come into play. So those were sort of the ground rules that I established for the folks today in terms of our initial meeting. And then, of course, we're broken down into subgroups as well, based on functional area expertise. So we would have an operations group of folks that would be under Mrs. Coster. We have a curriculum and instruction group that would be under Dr. Kulot, and they will get into some of the specifics as it relates to any sort of creative scheduling that we need to get into. But of course, nobody's working in isolation from each other, because the curriculum and instruction folks would have, obviously there's going to be accommodations that are going to be needed to be made to facilities, and also other sort of cross-functional area work there as well. So one of the questions that I'm glad Mr. Henry brought this up, because we did bring this up as well today, that there may be categorically some folks that are unable to return, folks that are whose immune systems are compromised, or folks that may physically not be able to return. I'm not aware of anybody that might fit into that category, but we would certainly make those accommodations as necessary, as we would any of our staff, whether they be instructional or instructional support. The sort of a physical fit for duty, whether or not somebody was fit for duty, and given the fact that they may not be, we would have to put some we would have to put accommodations in place. We didn't really get that far into that, but yes, we do foresee that there may be teachers whose may have some immunity, their immune system's compromised, and we did at least suggest that today, and that's certainly a planning consideration that we need to come back to. The other subgroups would be the staff relations aspects of that, and certainly that would fall under whether or not someone was fit for duty. That would fall under Dr. Lloyd's purview, and those different sort of labor relations and contractual concerns that we want to put on the table earlier rather than later, depending upon which scenario we happen to be looking at. Also, Dr. Tessick actively involved in some of those issues as they relate to the student supports that need to be put into place. And I know that she has actually put together, she may have already started to, some of the folks have already started to meet with their subgroups. And I think that perhaps Dr. Sapanian may actually be working on that subcommittee as well, with Dr. Tessick. So planning for some of those considerations as they relate to students' ability to access their program, depending upon the scenario that we happen to be presenting at the time doing that analysis. So again, we have people in those categories that have some expertise, some technical expertise that can lend to that. We're going to alternate those meetings. Today was our first meeting with the district-wide task force. Next week, or we do have ongoing meetings with the subcommittees. When we reconvene, we'll be in a better position to sort of identify some of those facts and assumptions that are bearing on the problem, and then we'll get into greater detail about where we are at with the decision-making process as it relates to that. And hopefully we will have some guidance from the state of New York, from the state education department or the governor. I know that there are states like Maryland and Connecticut that have put out some pretty prescriptive guidance as it relates to reopening schools, Maryland and Connecticut specifically. So between now and our first meeting, we're actually going to go through those documents and see if there's anything in those documents that we can use to apply to our situation. So, what other subgroups did I neglect to mention? Oh, I did not mention communications and technology and under Dr. Brady or George Brady. He's working really active in terms of this idea, this notion that we've been sort of bouncing around now for the past few months, which is the K through 12 one-to-one technology initiative, making sure that we have bandwidth in our homes, making sure that our teachers also have the appropriate technological supports to do the work that they need to do. And again, that'll be working in tandem with the instruction group to make sure that folks have the training that they need to ensure that we have good quality instruction, a brilliant product for our students when we come back. The whole process, Dr. Kulat is serving as my chief of staff on this, and that he is definitely coordinating all cylinders, making sure that we're all synchronizing the effort between the different subcommittees, and it will be one of his primary responsibilities will be to report out to the Board of Education on a weekly basis as a standing component in our weekly board report, where we are at with these three scenarios and the progress that we've made. And we hope that we will have we don't hope, we will have for the Board of Education no later than August 1st, because this actually has to go to the state of New York, our reopening plan for your review, so you have some understanding. But again, as I said, we'll be reporting to you on a weekly basis, our progress. So that's where we're at right now. We're trying to make some sense of this. We definitely have a lot more response time to the reopening than we did to the closing. And that was, again, a decision the Board of Education and I made. I want to say it was a 24-hour decision, and we did it very abruptly. And we were more concerned about saving lives at that point than we were about some of the other planning considerations as it related to distance learning. And we're in a different scenario now. We're definitely in a frame now where we can start to do some of this planning. But as I said to the committee today, the answer is in this room with these people, with this Board of Education. Because if we think the cavalry is coming to save us, it's not. Because we're not getting any. We're really the state of New York is very silent on this right now, and it's while it's frustrating, it does give us an opportunity to kind of do some good work as it relates to looking at this new normal. I am looking at the comments, because while I was talking, it looks like we have a couple of. I'm looking at some, yes, and then also I see Mrs. Lee. Some of these are being answered in the column. Mrs. Lee, if staff returns on site and we need to quickly close, do we have a plan to address this? Yes, we do. So there's this idea that we shift. The answer is an absolute yes to that, and we will definitely be considering that. I know that Dr. Kulat did bring that up today as well, sort of that dynamic as it relates to, again, we're seeing an explosion in new cases, and certainly the abruptness. Hopefully, we won't be caught off guard like we were at the initial outbreak. So for sure, Mrs. Lee. I'd like to, in the interest of time, so that's where we're at with that. I know that folks may have questions about that, but again, we will continue to have this conversation in our Friday Board of Education report, and certainly if you have any questions now, I'd be happy to answer them. Okay, so
Does anybody have any
I guess I would just ask a question, and I'll preface it that it's a difficult question to answer because of the dynamic situation. But where you alluded to that basically we're having three scenarios with everyone returning, no one returning, and the hybrid. Just for clarity, I would imagine within each of those scenarios, is how you're trying to address, potential scheduling implications, which, at the elementary school, it's not as challenging, and basically as you move up from the elementary schools to the middle school to the high school, and we have, more classroom changes, more electives, more, different classes, the scheduling becomes, more challenging. And I know, for example, the high school scheduling is a challenge to begin with when we know everybody's coming back, and then we're trying to make schedules that, satisfy everybody's needs. So I would imagine in your, forecast of the 3 potential scenarios, you're trying to balance the most opportunistic schedule for the students as well.
Yeah, Lonnie, that's a really great point. And that's something we did stress today as well. So think of the 3 options as goalposts, right? It's really, an opportunity to get folks started. So most everything that I've said, and I'm kind of giving you the broad brushstrokes right now as well. But that's kind of where I started with folks, because you have to start somewhere. Because that really was like a very much, there was no frame for this. There was no framework. And even, like I said, that sort of that mama, I'm going to call it the mama bear, my Goldilocks scenario, which is the sort of the one, I forget, I think she was the one that was just right, or maybe it was baby bear, I can't remember. But that's sort of that scenario in the middle, which is sort of that hybrid solution. That's a composite. I mean, there really is no, there is no hybrid. So there's many hybrid solutions. There's a range of solutions that we could be considering as it relates to that. But I think as we build each of those, build out each of those courses of action, we will address things like scheduling. We will address things like, PPE and supplies. We're going to still have to run. There's a requirement by the governor's executive order to continue to run meals and provide. And while this is not, I don't believe this is. We're still. While this is not something we're obliged to do under the contract, under the I keep wanting to call it the general's orders, the governor's orders,
Executive order.
Executive order are this idea of mental health supports, but also we know that we're going to have childcare concerns. I think that was something that Mr. Arietta brought up today, knowing that. We are now families that are going to have kids at home, that we have, in the, what we were faced with now, maybe folks that are first responders, that will be mitigated, but it's not going away. And, again, what do we do to help our staff so they can deliver the best product, the best service that we can muster? So there's an awful lot of things that need to go into planning measures that need to go into each scenario. I know that there were some teachers that were not comfortable when we first started out with distance learning, but they've all been through it now. They're all veterans. They're all seasoned in this, and they all learned lessons. And I know that, as the time has progressed, they've gotten better at it. And I'm not saying they've gotten fully comfortable with that, but certainly within certainly within the context of being in the building and being in their space and having some control over their space, which I think that's the greatest anxiety that any teacher can have. Most teachers go into this work knowing that they have their classroom where they have some control over the outcomes. They have also some control over the inputs. You've often heard me say, give me what I need to be successful, and then hold me accountable. And that paradigm changed, right? Because we don't know what they needed, and we didn't know what success was. Success was really staying alive, making sure that nobody got infected. Those are kind of some very different expectations, some very different outcomes. But now that this group has been through it, now that there is some, and I gave pretty strong guidance today that they would, barring any executive order, that they were going to be back on site, with the proper accommodations as needed, and that we would be trying to return to this concept of schooling that maybe makes a little bit more sense, but also incorporates some of the things that we've learned along the way and things that we would, mistakes that we wouldn't repeat, but also opportunities that we know that we can take advantage of now because we've got that experience and we've got that sense that it's okay, that the idea that we can have some fun with this, that there's some light at the end of the tunnel. This darkness has been lifted in terms of not knowing what those outcomes are and not having any control over your space. So I'm trying to do that. We're going to try to do that for our teachers as well, to provide them with some more control over their space, by being on site, and two, giving them the safeguards that they need to stay safe and secure in their environment. So I think from that perspective, it was a very good conversation today. And I'm hopeful that my assumptions prove correct. I am hoping that we're not going to have any further. I'm hoping that we are moving in a right direction. That the data is suggesting that we are seeing fewer cases of COVID, and that this phenomenon is going to be a little more manageable than it was on March 13th when we closed these buildings. Does anyone else have any questions that I can answer about this topic?
Dr. Pritchard, I think we're good.
All right, thanks, Dan. So that was my scheduled portion of this. There are two topics. It's late, I know, but these are controversial topics, and I want to get at the heart of it, and I want to do it with the microphone on. And again, whether or not this is a good reflection on me or a bad reflection on me, I don't think that's the issue.
Wednesday evening at 6:34.
Just a reminder, if you're not speaking, please go on mute.
The issue really is that these are controversial topics that we have to speak about publicly, and these are topics that I know probably the hardest part of being a board member is the fact that you are also community members, and that's the best part, but it's also a difficult part because as you've learned in your time in office that people want you to fix their problems. People want you to stand up for something, and you're all good at doing that. You're all good at being accessible and serving the public, and I think that's you're all to be commended for that. But the hard part really is that you've got to walk that fine line between board member and community member, and I think that I can do it. My job is to reconcile that, is to really to be your agent and act as your voice, which I'm proud to do. Even when I don't always agree with some of the things, and even when you don't agree with each other, I think it's a healthy organization that can have these controversial topics out loud, and do it in the sense of really promoting our mission, which is doing great things for kids, engaging, elevating, and inspiring. So I give that lengthy introduction to these two topics, because I think we do need to frame it, because these are not, we're trying to do the best amount of good for the most amount of people in the communities that we serve. So the first topic is, as it relates to that the board that's on the board radar is relating to graduation. And I know that you've gotten a number of emails, you know, more than I can count, probably on two hands, maybe on two hands. But we understood that this was going to be controversial. Certainly going back to when we first closed, we had the sort of I'm going to say it was the benefit of having an extra 2 weeks because we took our spring break. So I had the sort of the advantage of watching the other school districts in the county kind of go through some of the issues that they were going through in their communities. And hopefully I learned from some of their challenges, and I think I did. But one of the challenges that are some of the superintendents were facing in the county was relating to how they were going to have a socially distanced, appropriate graduation ceremony that celebrated, you know, this huge milestone in the lives of our kids and our families. And I saw one or two, at least two superintendents really being dashed against the rocks in the court of social media and the court of public opinion. And I said to myself, you know, it's like, dear God, it looks like they're getting trashed. They're getting torn. This is a no-win scenario, and nothing that either one of these individuals is going to say is going to satisfy anyone, let alone it was just super controversial. So I thought, in an effort to avoid that, I worked with Mr. Arrieta to set up a committee, a representative committee of students and PTA members, and I believe that there was some staff involvement there, but it was our student government and our PTA largely who were sort of exploring different scenarios, and they were doing this knowing that we were not it would be very difficult to have a physical graduation. That if anything, you know, because the guidance was changing from the governor's office every week or every 2 weeks, we were getting some sort of update telling us what we could or we could not do, and leaving it up to our discretion to make those choices. And again, I felt, you know, and as did Mr. Arrieta, that running this through a committee would probably be the best way to gain consensus and to hopefully make the most people happy and maybe avoid some of these difficult conversations that we might have going forward. I don't think it did that, but I do think that it was certainly a good effort because I think that no matter what the process is and no matter what the committee says, there are people that are not going to be happy and some will be happy. And I don't mean to be trite in saying that not everybody is going to be happy, but at least I felt that we would be respectful, at least honor the idea that we were going to have a representative process, and that was going to be how we were going to make this decision, and I still believe that. So the executive order did change. The guidance from the governor's office did change, basically stating that, well, you could do this in a car now, or you could do it in a drive-in. And there was these other scenarios that were being painted. So as this new guidance was being presented to the committee would process this information and come back around and say, well, now we think that there are some other options we could have. We could have sort of this, we explored this opportunity of a possibility to a drive-in. But I think the consensus at the time, as it was reported back to me, and I may have suggested this to either the full board or a board member or two, I can't remember, but there seemed to be some desire amongst the students and the PTA that they wanted to have this graduation on the new turf, and they wanted to have it They wanted to have it on our home, sort of this where we traditionally had it. Made sense to me. We were trying to incorporate as much normalcy into this as we possibly could. And we were leaning towards this sort of a drive-in where the students would form a caravan They would drive up. The parents and the students would dismount their vehicles. They would come up. They would pick their diploma off a table, and they would get back in the car and they would drive out. And we coordinated this with the police department. And this looked like our only real option as it related to sort of as close to a physical graduation as we could possibly have on our premises. And I think that was the mindset that we had, that we wanted to make every advantage to have a physical graduation, not a virtual graduation, not a web-based graduation. Bless you. And that's where we were at, and sort of how this was evolving. And then, I want to say it was last week, it seemed. It wasn't, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, but it was relatively soon where the governor said, well, you can have up to 150 people now on is participating in the ceremony. And I thought, is that 150 students? Is it 150 students and parents? Is it 100? We need more specificity. We got that specificity, and it was 150 total that could be in place with distancing, social distancing, and PPE, and following good CDC guidelines. And we'd worked with the with the town supervisor and the police department to ensure that we would have that level of support in the event that we were to have some sort of physical graduation where we would have up to 150 people on the premises. And Captain Brown said that he would be able to accommodate that. So we were at a point now where we were able to solicit feedback from the community to have a vote. And the committee put out I want to say it was a sort of a community survey. It went to parents and students, and the tally was taken, and it seemed that there was there was a majority of individuals who voted to have this sort of option 2, which was as many students as mathematically as many students as we could put on the property without violating this 150. So if we certainly couldn't put, if we have 300 students, we certainly couldn't put them all out there. That we would certainly exceed that. If there were 2 sessions, that would be 150 students each. That wouldn't allow room for me and a board member and Rudy, or any other support folks. So really, probably the lowest number of iterations we could have would be 3, mathematically as it worked, which would certainly leave another 50 people that could attend. Out of fairness, that's if we have 100 students, that's 200 parents. So that would certainly break that. That would break the ceiling on that. So that option was constructed with this idea that the philosophy that we wanted as many students to participate in this ceremony as possible, given the constraints. The other option would be that there would be more iterations of this, and that would permit a student to bring 2 parents or 2 guests. And so when that was put to a vote, it was about a 60-40 split. 60 wanted option 2, which was the larger groups that would not accommodate the parents, and about 40% selected the option 1, which was, I think it was 6 or 7 individual smaller ceremonies, and that captured the philosophy of the groups. Now, since this sort of the selection committee. So once we presented this, it was at least I was really only made aware I want to say it was either last night or tonight that there was some dissatisfaction or concern about this, and genuine concern. You know, I'm a dad. I'm going to acknowledge this. I would not want to not be at my son's or daughter's graduation. I would be heartbroken, and I get that, and I understand that. And you know, if there was a way to do that, and I had spoken to Mr. Arrieta, is there some other option? Is there another course of action that we can consider that says, okay, well, what if we do a group, you know, a group of kids? I mean, you know, and Rudy and I kind of worked this through and had this conversation. Could we have a group of students that, you know, a group that has parent group and then these larger groups? And Rudy Arrieta has been responding as I have been as well. And I know that some of you also have been in a position where you've been responding to parents about this. And the feasibility of doing something along the lines of having a group that has a sort of there's a parent session and a non-parent session. And I'm not certain that we can do that. I would certainly have to think that through a little more. But what I've seen, at least in terms of the explanation that Rudy has provided with the parents, has been the following. And I'll just read to you what Mr. Arrieta has said. That he said it would be difficult to do that, you know, because we've laid out several reasons to parents over the last 24 hours, and they were centered on, you know, some parents wanting to pick the ceremony that their students attended. And we felt that would really put us in a bad spot where, you know, because truthfully, we're looking at this sort of as an alphabetical sorting mechanism, which we do for whichever we do under any circumstances. So this idea that we would be now categorizing students could really create some, I think, a much larger issue, which is how do we get into that group? Because remember, these social distancing and these caps are still in place. So how do you get into that group that is the parent group? Or do we need to have more than one group? Because maybe there's more than 40 students. And then essentially what has happened now is that we've put ourselves in a situation where we've sort of we've overridden the committee. We basically have now said that we are providing opportunities for folks to pick which ceremony that they want their students to graduate with, and then that they're also now, some folks are asking if we could put them in groups where they can graduate with their friends. And this scenario, as Rudy explains, Mr. Arrieta explains, is that there could be some students who would be excluded. And we really don't want to be in that situation. You know, it's heartbreaking when a parent is excluded from a group. It's really worse when a kid is. And I would really want to avoid that. And, you know, so we're looking to do this in as fair a manner as possible. You know, we're not at the risk of sounding defensive, we're not the culprits here. You know, COVID is. And, you know, we're really doing our very best to try to manage this scenario as fairly as we can, but realize that we're working in a weird, unique set of circumstances. So how do we pull kids out of the larger ceremony? Under what conditions do we do that? And now we also have to go back and tell the students who were involved in this process that what you did doesn't matter. We have to tell the parents who were involved in this process. This wasn't done arbitrarily. This wasn't done whimsically. This was done with our best information, given, you know, rapidly changing courses. So now we've got to go back and tell the people who worked really hard on this, some of whom are parents, some of whom want this opportunity to go with option number 2, and tell them that they can't do that. And that's going to be a very difficult conversation to have. And it may create more work for this Board of Education in terms of answering those questions. And I don't think that, at some point in time, we do have to say, this is the best we can do. Maybe it's not the best we can do, but I'm not going to make everybody happy. And I hate saying that because it sounds so trite and it sounds so dismissive. And it's a very, very, very emotionally charged and demanding decision that I have to make. But ultimately, I have to respect the people that did this process. I have to respect my word to them, and I want to support them, and I want to support our principal in having made that decision. So that's where I'm at with it. I appreciate you allowing me to have this conversation in public. I know it's controversial, and it's never easy to second guess yourself, particularly in a public framework. And I do appreciate the Board of Education, wanting to have this conversation, as a matter of executive session, in terms of being able to sort of work out some of the variability and some of the ideas that we are looking at, a very emotionally charged topic. But I think obviously it's something that I want to do with the microphone on, so everybody has a common understanding of what's going on. So I appreciate you allowing me to have this conversation publicly.
So, Dr. Pritchard, if I can start us off, and first of all, thank you. By no means should any questions that I share or come up should be any indication of the lack of appreciation. A lot of work and thought has been going into this process, trying to keep pace with what is even physically possible and the constant evolution of this. My question, and again, gratitude to the committees and everybody that's helped run this process, is as we look at the results of the vote, in my opinion, it doesn't look like an overwhelmingly supportive of one option came out in the vote. And then subsequently, we're seeing it through the email correspondence and the phone calls. So I guess the question I would have is to circle back, is recognizing there's logistical challenges of being able to pick which friends I graduate with. And, I agree with you that we have to, with almost 300 graduating students, we have to make sure it's something that we can execute with excellence. But my question would be is, can we actually do both options? Basically opening it up to the students saying, if you choose option one, here's your sign up. Choose option two, here's your sign up. And has to be done in advance. You can't just walk in, it has to be coordinated, so that all the logistical details could be thought through. So it's not necessarily an overriding of the committee, but it's a recognition that there is a opportunity to give folks the ability to choose which path of graduation ceremony they would want to participate in. So I'd ask you to consider that, and I know that we're working live, but would love to get your thoughts on that.
So I would be reluctant to sort of shoot from the hip on that. As much as I would love to just say yes on that, I don't know, and I don't want to go down a path. I don't want to make a promise that I can't fulfill. So I would ask the Board of Education to allow me to at least review this with Mr. Arrieta. And I would be certainly happy to give him a directive, but I just want to make sure he can execute it, and I don't want anybody to be disappointed. So if you can give me 24 hours,
of course,
to work that through, and I would certainly be happy to report back to the Board of Education as soon as possible.
And recognizing we're almost a week away, right? And obviously changing and adding complexity doesn't help the cause. We want to make sure we give our graduates a fantastic experience. It just, as I reflect back and we all start hearing all the comments and think through the various stakeholders, it feels like there could be an option that says, if you want option one, again, here's the path. You have to sign up, has to be in advance. It will be alphabetical order. So the district needs to be able to execute this. Same thing with option two. You have to sign up by this date, alphabetical, and these will be your time slots. But I would appreciate if you could reflect on that with the team and come back with the response.
I will definitely do that, Dan. And I will get you an answer as soon as possible, because it is something that is practical. Again, time is on our plate.
Not to add confusion to it, but like where Mr. Lamadrid indicated it would be alphabetical. If we created, let's say, graduation ceremony windows and let students sign up for a given window, based upon their their friends, where we all know that each window would be capped by a certain number based upon whether the parents were able to attend or not. But then they could see which time slot had the available space for their collective group of friends. I mean, I understand it's challenging to do, but if maybe through I'll say like a Google spreadsheet or something like that, that you had 3 spreadsheets where people can sign up for whichever window all their friends fit in, whether that would be an opportunity. And then, as Dan said, we're a week away, and it's a lot of challenging decisions that need to be made, and just again, we make the best effort we can to try and accommodate as many people as we can, understanding that as best we try, we'll never satisfy everybody, unfortunately.
Yeah. So Lonnie, that's something again, I'll include that as part of the sort of this overview, sort of this, I'm going to call that, before you jump out of an airplane, you like to check your equipment. You do that sort of that final check. I will certainly incorporate that as well. And I don't want to give you a snap answer right now as well, but I will say that my gut does tell me, and maybe you don't mean friend, but maybe sort of a preference, because my experience has shown me that whenever we look for friend groups, that creates a whole level of drama, because I thought I was your friend, but now I'm not your friend. And, there's a dynamic there that may be difficult to sort through, or may raise some issues and concerns that we're not fully prepared to deal with, in a short amount of time. So, but yes, of course, we'll call it a sort of a preference, what those preferences could be. And I'll certainly include that in our final, our final analysis before we put this to bed.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
No, I just wanted to thank the committee for all the hard work that they've done.
Absolutely. And all involved.
I hate to get the last word in here, but you said something to me earlier that really struck me. And I want to repeat it because I think it's super important. But I think it really did sort of capture the essence of it. And we have a very strong community and a very supportive community. Our community loves its schools. It's very difficult to tell people no. It's very difficult to disagree with people who love you and support you and vote yes on your budgets, and want nothing better than our success. So I just want to echo that. I know it was in a different context, you mentioned it, but I think it's very applicable here, because I do get letters. We have gotten letters. I've gotten letters that you've gotten, and these are people for whom I have great admiration. These are people for whom I trust, and I know that they would do, they would do anything for this district. And when I disappoint people, it hurts me as well. So I just want to echo that. For whichever folks are not going to be happy with whatever this outcome may be, I genuinely do bad. But hoping that this day for these students will be one that they will have fond memories of, and I hope all of the adults, to include us and the people in their lives, their parents, especially their parents, that once this decision is made, that we can make this a really good day for them. We can make this a really great day for our kids. I know that you Board of Education this weekend, I know you all showed up to deliver a message to our graduates. I know certainly we're going to have on the back end a really great, a fantastic sort of multimedia product for folks to take away, because there was a time where we thought that was the best we were going to do. That'll be a nice little add-on for our kids. So I know that you've invested in this heavily as well, with your passion, and I appreciate that, and I don't envy you. Sometimes when I see you get these emails, I'm thinking, you want to help, you want to fix it. And it's got to be super frustrating when you can't, because the people on the other end, there's no greater love than a parent for their child, and it's difficult when we talk about them. I'll do my best to not disappoint them, but my best may not be good enough, but I know that what we will have is going to be a happy day for these kids. So I will provide you with some feedback as it relates to this topic. Very, very soon. All right. So give me an opportunity to meet with Rudy. We can sit down and hammer out a very, very fast response to your concerns and questions. And then we can certainly make that public as well, because we shouldn't have to continue to, these are public, these are questions that should be had in the public venue, in the public domain. And because people are going to want those answers, and certainly they shouldn't just keep calling you. That's that we can have an FAQ that we can provide for folks to sort of ease your burden on this. Thank you. The other topic, and it's not a topic. This is a topic we're going to spend a lot of time on. And it looks like Mrs. Lee may have. She
said she's having communication problems, connection problems.
And we may go dark too. I'm learning that our communications could go out as well. So I want to say this very quickly before we reveal, before I have the board continue with this business. Another topic that came up in the board conversations that we have over the course of between board meetings is relating to the global unrest as it relates to racism. And I'll just call it what it is, what racism is. So I had to go on record and say, although I never thought I would have to say this, I never thought I would have to say that swastikas are bad in my career, but I did have to do that at one point. I never thought I would have to say that racism is wrong, but I do have to say that, because if you don't say it, apparently nowadays, you are complicit. So I'm going to say this organizationally as your voice, that what happened in Minneapolis was wrong, that it was an excessive use of force, and that individual will be held accountable for that. And I do recognize that this has had a tremendous impact on our global society, and that it does affect us, that it impacts us as a community. And so that I may not have come out and said the words Black Lives Matter, but I'm going to rephrase that and say, what happened to us as a society, as a school system, where we devalued Black lives, that the lives of Black people are valued less than other people. And that's not to say that there are not other groups that do not experience racial injustice. They do. And certainly there are groups of people categorically who experience racial injustice, whether it's because of where they worship, or their belief systems, or the color of their skin, or the shape of their facial features. They may encounter that. But that's not necessarily what we're talking about here. We're talking about something that happened where an injustice was performed, and there is an expectation among our community to speak out about that. And it was wrong what happened, and I will speak for our organization, that George Floyd was murdered, and the person who did that will be held accountable for his actions, or the people involved. But again, we have to recognize that it did touch off a phenomenon, a social phenomenon that we have to address. which is racial injustice in our community, because that's really all we can only be responsible for those things that fall under our purview. And as a school district, as a school system, we've done a lot, and I certainly put out a memorandum at one point, basically, and certainly when Charlottesville happened, I spoke out against, certainly, some of the white supremacist behavior that we were observing. But we're constantly coming back to this, and we're constantly speaking out about this, and we're adjusting our curriculum to address this, and we're very open about it, and we talk about it a lot. We do have professional development for our staff to make them at least more aware, certainly compliant with the laws as it relates to how we treat each other with dignity and respect, that we do not marginalize our coworkers or anybody else in society. We do those things, but that's not enough. And what we are in the process of doing, as I spoke to Dr. Lloyd today, and also to Ms. Citrolo, because there's going to be a very strong piece of this that relates to how we communicate this to our community, related to, very simply, how do we address our own biases as individuals, and as it relates to how we make decisions and how we treat each other. We're humans. We have biases. We're hearing cases where police are in situations that may appear to be difficult situations, where they may have made a bad choice, and that they've used excessive force, and then somehow that equates to racial discrimination. And I'm not saying that, if I can draw that parallel to us, how do we hire people for the purposes of employment? I think we just really need to examine who we are and what we stand for, and it starts with an analysis of our own biases. So we talked about today about how we are going to embed that in our training of our staff, and how we are going to move forward with that, because it's not just enough to raise, because we're raising awareness. We talk about it. We talk about it. We talk about it. We need to do something on as Ms. Citrolo suggested today to us. What are we doing on sort of that molecular level that changes people and how they understand their own biases? And we haven't done that. So we will do that. I think it's an important piece of staff relations. I think it's an important part of professional development. I think it speaks beyond the mere compliance of what we do. And that is the work that we will be doing going forward. And that will be part of our strategic plan. That will be under one of our goals as when we meet on as an extended leadership team on the 29th. For some reason, that date 26 is stuck in my head. But the 29th, after graduation, we're going to reconvene with our extended leadership team. We're going to talk about reopening issues, and we're also going to be formalizing that goal of how we are going to do a better job of understanding our biases, and creating a more just society. So I know that's a lot to fit in 10 minutes, but I really think I needed to go on record because I think there's an expectation in our community that I did just that. So with that, I will say that pending your questions, this concludes my superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Pritchard. Any questions for Dr. Pritchard before we move on to the next part of the agenda? Okay. Thank you, Bob, for the updates.
Yes,
we look forward to hearing more on all these topics that we covered tonight. All right. Next up, board discussion. I believe all the board members are aware of the changes to the agenda tonight. So just to confirm, we have 3 addendums that we will be adding. We have the addendum to C19 certificated personnel agenda. We have the finance and management services addendum, as well as we have the superintendent's consent agenda addendum. In addition, tonight, we will be voting separately on item 9A of the superintendent's office consent agenda. That'll be taken out of the main vote and voted separately. And we will be also taking on item 8O, the green infrastructure project agenda item, and that item will actually will be tabled tonight. Dr. Pritchard, did I miss any other changes to the agenda tonight?
No, Dan, you got it.
Anybody have any questions before we move to the consent agenda? All right. I get a motion to approve the consent agenda for items 6 to 9, excluding 9A, and the addendum to C19, certificated personnel agenda, addendum to the finance and management services agenda, as well as the addendum to the superintendent's consent agenda, and the removal of item 8O, the green infrastructure project.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, consent agenda passes. Next up, I'd like to get a motion to vote on item 9A of the superintendent's office consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Can I get a vote for board members in favor of passing this agenda item? Can I vote for any opposed?
Opposed.
Tom Henry's opposed.
Opposed.
Ms. Lee? Okay, I
Did
am
you get
also
my
opposed.
vote?
She
I
may
did not.
be having technical problems. Maybe she gives her a thumbs up or a thumbs down. She gave a thumbs
I'm-
up, so she's
Yeah.
in favor of it.
Okay, and I am also opposed. This item is not passed. All right, next item up for vote is item 10. Which is the annual district budget vote and election results.
Dan, if you'd like, I can read that.
That would be terrific.
So this always gives me a little bit of heartburn when I read this because I never know what the sheet is going to say. Sometimes I've been shocked at what it says. But fortunately, because we've used sort of this old-fashioned method of counting by hand, this one came at us in a way that we were able to understand it a little bit more completely. So again, thank you to before I read the results, I really do want to thank Ms. Piscari and her team because I won't mention the districts, but there are districts in the county that are still counting votes right now. And she was done by, I want to say 9:30 last night, and she did it in a way that was amazing. You'd think she did this for a living. So well, I guess she does. So, but she did an amazing job, as did the secretarial team that was involved with this as well. And we verified the results this morning at 9 a.m. So I would like to read the resolution. Whereas the annual school district meeting was held by absentee ballot only in accordance with Executive Order number 202.26 to vote on the budget, proposition number 1, for the 2020-2021 school year, and for the election of 2 members to the Board of Education. And whereas the inspectors of election have duly counted and canvassed the absentee ballots on the budget proposition and election of 2 members of the Board of Education, and have delivered to the district clerk signed statements of the canvass of the absentee ballots, setting forth, among other things, total number of persons who voted and the total number of votes cast, which is attached hereto and made a part of this resolution. And you should have gotten that attachment this afternoon. Therefore, be it resolved that the said Board of Education declares the results of the said canvass on the proposition for the 2020-2021 budget as follows. Votes in favor of budget proposition number 1, 2,722. Votes against budget proposition number 1, 1,089. Again, that is 4 in favor of the budget proposition 2,722, and votes against 1,089. So the budget passes. And be it further resolved that the said Board of Education declares the results of the canvass on the election of 2 members of the Board of Education as follows. Board seat incumbent, Mr. Leon Jacobs, votes in favor of Mr. Leon Jacobs, 2,940. Votes for others, write-in votes, 64. The second board seat, congratulations, Mr. Jacobs. The second board seat is incumbent Mrs. Christine Lee. Votes in favor of Mrs. Christine Lee, 3,133. Votes for others, write-in votes are 35. And congratulations, Mrs. Lee. I will say that some of those write-in votes are the ones we get every year, which are cartoon characters and the likes. And be it further resolved that the district clerk shall record the results of this vote upon the budget proposition and the election of 2 members to the Board of Education as hereby announced and declared. So at this point, I'll turn this back over to Mrs. Muscari, and she can call the question. So just wondering if you think you have to vote.
Okay. So on item 10, resolution for declaring the results of the 2020-2021 annual district meeting. Get a motion.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 And again, thank you, and congratulations to Mr. Jacobs and Mrs. Lee, and your service. It's not going unappreciated, and I speak for not only myself, but I speak for the entire staff. We really value your leadership, your good sense, your wisdom and judgment, and thank you for all that you do and all you will continue to do for not only for us, but for our children and our future. So thank you.
Well said. And again, to reiterate, special thank you to Ms. Muscari. What an unusual process and journey, and truly on behalf of the board, grateful for all the extremely hard work to make this happen, as well as the team of individuals that helped you as well along the way. So thank you to everybody involved in this special voting process, and to both Mr. Jacobs and Mrs. Lee, thank you and congratulations. And we are truly fortunate to have your continued service to the district. So thank you on behalf of the district. Alrighty. Next up, I do not have any new business. I don't know if anybody else had items for the board. And if not, can I get a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting?
Motion.
Second.
You. All right, everybody. Congrats again, and thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Everyone.
Hold on.